Hello. Welcome, peeps. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing dandy as always. Just chilling, illing, kicking back, maxing or ruling. Uh, is that what it says? Or shooting some b-ball outside of the school. I'm chewing gum. I'm gonna stop it now though, because that's gross. Anyway, how you guys doing? I'm gonna just quickly put on some music. Uh, where's my playlist? Right. Hopefully that's not too loud. Yes, it definitely is. Tell me if the music gets too loud, guys, and I will turn that music down and I'll make it less loud and we can live in harmony with the people of the sand people. Anyway. Oh, hello, 2 Foot Sheep. Hey, Dutch. Sorry, my comments weren't coming through again. And I've just taken my socks off because I'm in for a long session today. So, today we're going to be designing a kind of chubby guy. And then after that, who knows? Doing some gameplay mechanics. But I'll try and not like make it as complicated as last time. Like, to be fair, we're kind of past that hump. The state machine is all made. Now it's just adding conditions between different states, and yeah, everything is smooth gravy. I'm gonna try and do this relatively quickly because I feel like one of my greatest issues I have with my workflow is that I waste too much time. Like, I realized it yesterday because I was it's happening for real, yeah. I was yesterday. I was like, what was I doing? I was just playing around with something, in the Haunted PS1 pipeline, and I was just changing the settings very slightly for literally like 3 hours, and then I just thought to myself, imagine if I just didn't do that. Imagine if I just spent my time more efficiently and actually did more than that. Then I'd get so much more done, right? It's literally the... exactly. Alright. I don't know if I usually start with the body. Maybe I don't actually. I'm only going to add exactly what's necessary, but I guess we're going to need more than a little cube. Cubey shape. Oh, it's time to cut you in half, sailor. So let's just get half of these, delete those, and then go to object mode, add a mirror here. Hey, Jimmy. Yeah. Piece of shit. No, it's like I spend way too long just very gradually moving slight parameters, and that's what you should do at the end of your like that's what you should do at the end of your game making thing, not like in the middle of it, you know. I should make a game that's actually fucking fun, you know. Oh wait, I cut him the wrong way. Whoops. I hate it when you cut people the wrong way. Hey Spades, how's it going? Okay. So we got our troglodyte down the middle. So let's now cut this half off. Base. Oh wait. Now I can add the modifier. Well, I only just realized it, to be honest. Like I don't know. I think it's ever since that Tingle demo, even though I know that he's not done as much like gameplay wise, it's like it made me realize like maybe this stuff doesn't take that long. Maybe I'm just fucking around too much, you know? And then Jimmy's like, well, yeah. Are people sending message everywhere? I don't see. Oh, really? Try refreshing, I guess. Wait, have I got like loads of stuff here? No? Alright, there we go. So I want to add like 2 cuts here. Oh, actually, I don't technically need to, but because this guy's rounder, I might want to give him a bit more definition on the side as well. He's definitely going to need an extra here, but I'm going to wait until later to do that, I think. Yeah, that's so true. It does seem to be going that way with the more modern games. I don't know about the new Resident Evil game. Did anyone play the demo? Don't spoil anything for me, by the way. Just tell me how it was, because I'm going to be playing it soon. But probably, I don't know when actually. How's it going, Undead Spades? Don't forget to drop me the likes, guys, so you can help me feel satisfied with myself. Now what, Jimmy? Oh, you didn't play that. You didn't play the Resident Evil. I thought you were saying, nah, I'm not liking you, mate. Fuck right off. That as well, though, right? I don't know just how chunky to make this guy. This is another first. This is the first chunky guy ever I've made. Yeah, I am a bimbo. Not having a headache for once? Well, that's a bonus. It's definitely good. I'm avoiding everything from to do an all-nighter with whiskey. Right now? Yeah. It's been a long time since I've had one of those nights. I was always a bit of a lightweight with alcohol, to be honest. He's gonna have genuine love handles. Genuine love handles. And a hint of boobage. Okay. So I don't know what like the normal kind of size is to do for someone who's slightly overweight or quite a bit overweight. Is this for your game? No, add jiggle. How do you do 3 chins in PS1 style? I guess you paint them on. Working this week. Yeah, I got 1 day off this week, which is cool. but I'm working the rest of the week. Sorry I haven't streamed in a while, by the way. It's just been like, it was my daughter's birthday on Saturday, so obviously I didn't want to stream then. And then yesterday we had a actual birthday party, so obviously I'm not gonna stream then either. Okay. I better make these into some tries. Or the cubes get upset with me. Or the polygons get upset with me. Have you pre-ordered it? No. I don't know. When does it come out again? I'm so like out of the friggin' times with this stuff. Alright, now rather than getting too lost in this guy's belly and whatnot, I'm gonna move on now. Maybe I'm just gonna slightly shrink it this way, and yeah, that looks good. Like, maybe he'll be a bit chunky. I don't know if to give him that kind of body where it's like he's basically round in the middle and then he's got skinny arms and legs, or to just do like chunky all over. One of the interesting things I found out about was like, you know, the way women deposit fat on their bodies is different to men, which I found fascinating. Like, well, depending on the level of estrogen in your body, like a man could distribute their fat that way too, but it depends on like the body type, on the like hormone levels, I mean. So let me just get rid of this. So basically it was like, if, hang on. If a guy has high levels of estrogen, then they can accumulate fat more like a woman. And then if a guy has more testosterone, then he'll accumulate it more like a typical male. And if you deposit fat more like a male, or more like a testosterone higher person, I should say, then it will mean that you kind of, you put it on your belly, but not really anywhere else. Like, if you have really high testosterone, you're not going to put on fat anyway, because testosterone is extremely fat burning. But it's like, if you have higher levels of estrogen, then you're more likely to put on weight all over your body. Like, so you'll have big legs, big arms, and a big round body. Whereas if you're closer to being genetically male, then you will have much more shall we say, you'll have a really big belly but skinny arms. You have none? So how does your work? Really? I think you're not. I've seen your face before. You didn't look that chubby in the face. Stayed the same weight for a long time. Huh. And have you tried to gain weight before? Is it something you'd be like actively trying to do? Okay. I weigh around Jimmy, I hate to tell you, but I weigh more than you. Hey, Rollosaurus. is making a human or monster. Making a human without reference turnaround is pretty wild. Well, I'm not making a monster today. I'm just hashing things out. I usually have a reference turnaround on my second monitor, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't have one today. But when I get down to the stage of making things kind of more proportionally sound, I do that. I never like putting a reference actually directly behind the image either, because I'm trying to learn to get like the human shape better, you know? So I always just do it on a second monitor and try and get it as close to without, you know, like tracing over. So let's just extrude that out there. Bring this back here a bit, extrude it out, make it closer, give us some joints. Give it a face there. To be fair, like, I think I'd be better at doing without any reference if we're talking about a male shape, because I did my first, like, female shape the other day, and if I had not done that without a reference, like, it would have been really bad, I think, because that was friggin' hard, actually. I didn't realize how hard that would be. I was like, yeah, I've seen women before. And by the way, this is supposed to be a very chunky guy that we're making here. I don't know if he's going to end up being exactly this chunky, because I think even in chunky guys, their shoulders should probably be around a similar size to their waist, right? I don't know. Yeah, that'll do. Let's have a little hand coming out. Make a bulge here. Oops. Curvy. Okay. So let's separate the hand out. Separate, selection. I'm really into this guy, like White Bat Audio. You guys should check him out. Or her, whatever. Oh, I'm on local. Let's get out next. He needs the man. Yeah, Jimmy, I weigh 96.2 kilos right now. When I think chunky characters in games, I only think of the fat zombie from Doom 3. Oh yeah, the chain gunners. Yeah. They're a pleasant experience. Okay. So, I'll try and do it the traditional way. Oh, actually, I think I extruded it out the other way last time. Like, bend here and then extrude there. How tall are you, Jimmy? 180. See, I don't think you must be that big then. I'm 193. But I'm also heavier than you. So maybe we have a similar build. Oh, his hands a little bit kind of the same size as Trump's right now. I always do the hands like too big or too small. There's no like comfy medium. Trust me, I'm thick. You tiny men. Yeah. How tall are you, Viking? I seen your skinny ass. I don't know, man. I've grown a lot. I've definitely grown a lot in the last few years. Wow. That's quite tall. You mean you're not really 2 foot, sheep? Lies. Nah, you just apply it once you're finished. It'll do that if you export it anyway. But I usually apply it. Sometimes I apply it and then reapply it a few times if I need to go back and tweak some things or whatever. Oh, maybe I can just join those. Merge at last. Hey, that's not the worst geometry I've ever seen. Or topology, I should say. Topology. Tell me about your clean topology. Oh, yes. Oh, it's so clean. Oh, yes. Oh, tell me how clean my topology is again. Oh, yes. Your menus Encons. I made a mess out of it. That's good. I think this will hold up. Oh, there is an Engon here. Oops. I'm good for that. I guess his belly should be part of his pelvis, right? Or his belly should kind of overhang his, like, pelvis, I guess. I think that's how life works. Your belly overhangs your pelvis if you have that kind of shape. So let's separate this part into a separate thing of its own. Oh, actually, maybe we could just raise this. I mean, not hire it. Don't want to give it a job. Then we'll actually extrude out and then split that. And then we will go separate selection. Go into that separated selection. I'm gonna drag these down and drag these down, drag these down. Do the dragging and the thing with the down. Think about how high our body should go. Probably it needs to be up further if this is his pelvis. His belly should cover his belt. Can you make it bouncy? I mean, technically, yes. It's definitely possible. But the real question is, why would you want to do that? Why would anyone want to do that? Who wants bouncy belly? He definitely needs a thick boy bum bum. Okay. I'm thinking that maybe he'll need like a second layer for his ass. I don't know. Let's not get sidetracked with the ass too much though. Because you know what happens when you get sidetracked with the butt too long. And you don't make the rest of it. And that's just a very small but physically large part. But still there's more pressing matters than the ass. This isn't a character made to fat shame people. This is a character just made to be fat because he's just fat and some people are. I'm gonna put a chocolate bar in his pocket. Jeez. Okay, a bit of a crotch in the crotchal area. Right. I'm actually gonna make this a bit tighter and then bring this in a little. Yeah, but do you carry it around in your pocket? Well, that's an overhanging belly if ever I saw one. Maybe we can accentuate it by bringing other parts out too. I feel like we might end up needing an extra layer somewhere. An extra cromulent part. Merge center. Gonna give him this point to wiggle on. Wait, actually, no, I'm not. Gonna give him this, then this. Or maybe I'll just give him that, actually. Doesn't need to be perfectly round. Just join up some of these to make it a bit less cromulent. Right. There we go. Give us a better idea of the kind of chunkiness we're going for. I can smooth shade it if we're feeling fancy. Ooh, what's happening here? It's a bit weird. Oh, maybe it's just the lighting that made it go a bit weird. Oh, his butt comes out a little bit too far, I think. Need to remember that it comes kind of down like this. Can't help but feel the hips should be a little bit... I don't know. He needs more of a connection. So maybe if it bulges out at the front, as long as it comes out... if it kind of looks like it connects at the back more, it'll be better, I think. How much chocolate do you eat in a day, Viking? Right. Need a bit more definition here. That's why I'm pulling it up a bit. Want to get that belly shape right. It's like on the lady, you know, there's certain parts you want to get right, and I feel like the belly is important for the for this guy. It's got to be just right. And I don't know if your kind of back would be much less defined with this sort of shape too. Maybe. I'm gonna leave this bit in Engon because it really doesn't matter to me. Not gonna see it. Okay, so let's then extrude some legs out. Just gonna add a cube for that. Cube. Now, because he's got quite chunky legs, it seems like maybe it would be worth adding like a hex or a pentagonal cylinder for the legs instead, but we'll see how it looks. Might make it look a little bit too high poly, so I'm going to try with the cube first. Scale Z. Right. Definitely going to need a chunky modifier there. Close it off at the top as always. And ooh, maybe that'll be a bit too thick on the front. Now, chunky people don't usually have chunky wrists, I think, but probably bigger than average. So that's that leg. Now let's make another part for the calf or the shin, whatever you want to call it. Separate that into its own thing. Go here, make a face there. Give it a bit of shape, especially around the back. If I remember right, it will be okay. Very interesting to do this kind of body shape because I never even thought about how the anatomy could vary like this. And I feel like some kind of magical man doing things to stuff. Talking a load of rubbish because I'm not even sure if anyone's here. But that's okay. That will just add to the mystery of the stream, right? Okay. So now legs definitely don't go straight down like that. So let's have a look at shaping them a bit. This is the thing, I don't know how much your weight actually affects the shape of your limbs. This definitely needs to come in and this needs to come back. I remember how it was the last time, I think. Maybe. Right. There's a basic body shape down. Let's extrude a little foot out. Or a big foot. Bigfoot! Yes, Bigfoot. So let's separate that by the selection. And then let's extrude out a little bit here. Hang on. You don't have a face. And then shrinky dink. And we're going to drag these down here a little. And drag it in a bit that way, drag it in a bit that way. Not the best topology, but I'm okay with it. It's just a foot. Now, to me, I think maybe his legs will be end up a bit too big, so I'm going to shrink them down a bit because we want to accentuate his size, seeing as that's what was wanted for this character, so he'll be kind of larger than life, you might say. And he can have some baggy jeans, because I don't know many people that are overweight who manage to find perfectly fitting stuff. It's usually quite difficult, I think. I know it's difficult for me to find things with my legs, because my legs be long. I'm gonna press Alt D to duplicate that. Let me just clear the transforms on it, on all these objects first, by going Alt. Oh yeah, Alt S. Wait. Do I mean clear origin? Oh, I just need to apply it. Sorry, don't listen to me. I'm just being stupid over here. Anyway, let's Alt D to duplicate that and then mirror that on the X global. So we have our guy's kind of basic shape now. I gotta admit, it's actually not too far from what I was hoping for already. Sean! Sean! I'm gonna do it too loud. Hey, what? How's it going, dudes? Working on this chubby guy. As you can see, I like to have more like walking. His feet and ours knees are out a bit. A lot of people walk like in that. Everyone having a perfect walk cycle. You want to give him some imperfection? Are you trying to use that as an excuse, Viking? Like, oh, this animation looks a bit weird, but hey, that's how people are in real life, right? Alright, let's bend these legs just a touch forward to give it a little bit of realism, I guess. Yeah, I'm doing good, thanks, man. How are you? And to be fair, I should probably move these legs a bit together. They should kind of clip into each other, right? Because he's big and is probably chafing, right? Yeah, I'll cover my flawed skills with excuses. That's what I do. I just say it's because of my ADHD. Everything's the ADHD fault. The only thing is, most of it really is. Well, that's what I tell myself. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, good to hear it. Je suis mort. Je suis mort. Okay. His arms are kind of T-posing. I know that that's the traditional things for arms to do in games, but I like to set up my models so they're like, I don't know, kind of in a natural posture, I guess. Make sure that the arms aren't too long or too short. No one likes a long arm. Fucking long arms. Whoa, he's got some thick wrists now. I just bought Silent Hill Collector's Edition PS2 for €30. Oh, nice. Dutch Viking was showing me his collection of Silent Hill games the other day. He said that he didn't bother playing Silent Hill 4 The Room because he heard it was shit. Have you ever played it? More? I played it a bit. I actually really like the concept, but for me, I don't know why, I just didn't get into it like I got into other games. Also, it had the awkward first person controls in the apartment, which were a bit annoying. Just a bit. Or it's good, but not the best. Hmm. 2, 3, 4. Nice. I love the way like Silent Hill 3 starts. It's such a like, I don't know, like didn't really screw around. Just like, yep, this has happened. Yep, that's it. Sorry. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So right now, he's kind of big all over, I'd say, but I don't know, maybe I should shrink down his pelvis and make his like belly a bit more longer. Maybe he needs a longer belly to look more chubby. I think at this point I might need to start looking at some reference images to get this detail. Yeah, nice. Big, beautiful guy. Okay. I'm trying. I'm doing the best I can, Captain. I can't make him no more fat. Oh yeah, you're right. Well, I think that is pretty hefty. That's hefty, I would say. We're definitely, well, I think we've exceeded Jim Sterling already. Again, I'm not trying to fat shame people. I got nothing wrong with people being fat if they just are fat. This character just needs to be fat, so they are fat. I'm being inclusive of people who are overweight. I just want to say that I don't want to hate on people. Yeah. His upper legs need a bit more fat. Maybe. Oh. Maybe I'll watch one tonight. I promised Jimmy I'd watch what's it called? Doctor Sleep as well. Even my students been telling me about Doctor Sleep. So I probably gotta watch that. I think his legs are slightly too long. Is it like an ongoing thing, by the way? Is Daredevil still going more? Or is it over now? Why? You didn't hear? Oh, I said, is the Daredevil show still going on, or is it over now? Is it finished? After modding cars with over 20k, I still can't create human. Thanks, Martin. Yeah, to be honest, if I was doing like, if I was doing higher poly things, I think it might be much harder to learn. Like, it's definitely, for me anyway, easier to do low poly. I kind of like the low poly because it's like, oh, it's finished more. Yeah, I like low poly because it lets you take away as a way of like making the thing more finished. Instead of adding more and more detail, you take away until there's nothing left to take away, you know? That's what I love about low poly stuff. It's like more of a reductive process than a adding. But still, this is my first time doing someone this thick, so it's kind of difficult. Definitely not the easiest shape to do. I'm trying to make this belly overhang a little bit more outside of the shape. What are you watching at the moment? Oh, nothing really. Just old episodes of The Simpsons. And I watched that because my daughter likes watching it, you know? I can't really watch too many scary things when she's around because I don't want to traumatize her. Like, as soon as she shows an interest in those kind of shows, though, I'll be all over it. I'll be like, yep, Let's watch some spooky ass stuff. Old Simpsons episodes. That's pretty much all I'm watching right now. I really wanted to make these thighs touch more, but I feel like it looks a bit better when his legs are a bit spread out, actually. Maybe it's just about rotation, though. Yeah, the thing is, I think legs are actually more inclined to be bent slightly inwards like this when standing in a neutral state. But I don't know about when you have this type of body. It's very difficult, actually. Let's get a bit of the shape here. Want to make sure we define that a little bit. So more, what are you thinking so far? What you saw with her? No, I don't think so. Jesus. Let's have a look at him scale. Also, are you going to use textures or materials? I hand paint all my textures into pixels. Thanks, Martin. Let me show you. Let me just call this chubby guy. I'll show you one of my recent ones for the same project. Where is he? So this is the kind of texture I end up with. Wait, Shift X. Oh, X comes B. Let me just zoom in. He's really far away. Come back to me. I can just show you in the modeling mode. Yeah. So, well, we got a few bits that need to be finished off, but I like to do the pixel by pixel approach with a pen. And this guy is 904 tries, 487 verts. What size is of the UV? Yeah, 256 by 256. I usually make the face take up a huge amount of space compared to the rest of the body. And the hair and stuff as well, I usually let that take up more space, and then I kind of, when it comes to the body, I let there be bigger pixels. As well, this was the way I found Resident Evil textures to be like, so that's the way I the textures look cool but they're crappy at the same time. Yeah, it's kind of the style, but I don't ever try and make the textures crappy. I try and do my best. But I guess the style kind of looks like that. Although there is some really beautiful like PS1 art stuff, I think. So I can't say that it's all the style. So I'm going to start on the head now, which will be another interesting part because, again, haven't done a chubby guy's head before. It'll be interesting. His back definitely needs a bit of shape though, because I think even if you're chubby, you have a spine. Maybe even more so. Not like that. We'll work on that later, I guess. So let's give him a head. Now, with my characters, I usually attach the head straight onto the neck, but doesn't mean that that's the only way of doing it. Let's add a cube. It's done. He is complete. Okay. So now I'm just gonna... Oh, let me separate that out. And press tab to go into edit mode. X-ray. I'm gonna work out the neck later. Now I'm gonna start just trying to get the kind of shape I'm looking for. So, doing pretty good on time, aren't we? Usually by this point I wouldn't have done half of this yet. Okay. No, I'm definitely going to need these, so I'll just pop them in here now already. Maybe he'll have somewhat of a double chin, as is the tradition with the heavier, well, extremely heavy people, I guess. I could extrude this out for the neck, but I don't like the result that gives sometimes. Wait, what? Oh, I forgot that there's a mirror modifier attached. There we go. So let's just start moving this stuff around until it starts to make a bit more sense. Make him baldness. You want him bald? I think that's a really good choice, actually. I think you have chosen wisely there, my friend. Yeah. Okay. Now, get the shape more. Let's have a look in proportion, because we don't want him to have a tiny head on a body like that, do we? Wouldn't make much sense. So, definitely going to need some more kind of things here. Balding. I would love to try and do a balding haircut. Scale X0. No? Oops. It's not what I wanted to do. Let's make this neck a bit wider this way. He's going to have a really wide neck for this kind of body, right? I'm going to add another line here because I want to have an ear place here. Ah! Dutch? Are you Dutch? He's the Flying Dutchman. Is the Flying Dutchman the, like, person who ferries you across the River of Styx, or am I thinking of someone else? I remember that from a Monkey Island game. It was called like the Frying Dutchman instead. Okay. No, I'm going to use this here to bring this out a little bit. Twist it in a little bit, then bring this back. Then this back here, this back here. This here, this here. It's going to have a... Like, most of my characters have quite a well-defined jaw, but I think I'm going to have to do something quite different for this guy. Now let's get the ball rolling by cutting in some lines here. Well, I didn't need to do that last one I did, but I just want to start creating some shape for the jaw so it's not just completely straight. Ghost chip, okay. Hedgehog has returned. I think it needs... Yeah. I'm telling you, have the hedgehog be something that the player can, like, track somehow. I actually want the back to be completely flat square when it comes to the neck, because that's how I like the models. And I want to get rid of this side line, and I want the shape to come from the front of the neck there and then go up here. So I'd also like a secondary line under here, so I might cut that in now. And then that can go up to like here. Maybe. And then, ooh. But the ear should be a little bit further forward, I guess. And this should not be part of the back of the head, I guess. But instead it will be part of where the ear goes. So let's just try and make that happen. We can add another loop to the back there. Can reduce this geometry up here by cutting it away and then triangling it off later. Wait, do you speak French, Mr. Dutch? I'm gonna put on a French song just for you, Mort. Okay? Breaking the copyright just for you. Ce soir, à journée, étoile et vieux garçon, trouvez pour sentir-vous. Jambon en deux Schweppes, bébé, à nous avec nous. Après tout, mijoter croissant, allez-vous, mais non, bien, bien. Bonjour, madame, chérie. Voulez-vous? For you. Ce soir, en journée, étoile et vieux garçons, trouvez pour sentir-vous. Japon en deux Schweppes. Schweppes, bébé. Bonjour avec mon nom. Après tout, mijoter croissant, allez-vous, maintenant bien, bien. Bonjour, madame, chérie. Voulez-vous? For you. Oh.
Ce soir, journée, étoile avec garçon, trouvé, pressentir la vous. Jambon en tout et Schweppes, bébé, bonjour avec mon eau. Après tout, Michel s'est concentré-vous, avant bien, ah monsieur, madame, monsieur, oui, oui. Ah, voulez-vous?
Fuck you. I love that song. Anyway. Julian thought I gotta be careful about the ones I put on because I know this one probably won't get copyrighted. Anyway, back to the serious music. Yeah, I did French for like GCSE in school, which is like some, you know, like your before you go to do your like higher education or whatever, you have to do some lower grade stuff. I thought so too, Martin. Now, the head is the part that definitely takes the longest for me, I think. Especially if it's of a type of character that I've never done before, like this. Oh, what am I doing now? We need another loopy boy here, probably. Gonna define out a nose first. You can catch many girls singing this song. Hola. So this oh, that needs to be lower, sorry. Well, gonna need this kind of in here, unfortunately. Maybe we can get rid of these tries at the back later, these quads I mean, so I'm just gonna get rid of them for now, turn them into tries maybe. But anyway, let's get first all the rest of the stuff we need to do. I need to stay focused and do what I need to do. Have you guys ever played like point and click adventure games in the past, like Monkey Island, Broken Sword, that sort of thing? Those games are also my jam. It's like another side of my game loving lifestyle. Okay, yeah, I'll see you in a bit, dude. Chinese for 4 years, completely useless now, back in Europe, 2 dialects, Mandarin and... Wow, you gotta be pretty smart to learn Chinese. Did you try learning Orange Chinese as well, or Nectarine Chinese? I heard those were pretty tough too. You can sell fish with it? What do you mean? Hey, Dutch, I never asked you, or maybe you told me and I didn't remember, but how did you meet your lady friend? My pants are brown. Did you do a poo-poo? I was in last year of college studying design in 2000. Went on an internship. And how long have you been with her? $10. Wow. I have to go now, but I subscribe, so don't worry, I'll be back. Hey, thank you, Martin. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. If you want, we've got a Discord. I'll pop it there. Quite active. Just doing lots of game dev stuff. You can share your work there, that kind of thing. Many years long distance. Well, that's great. Like, it's nice that like worked for you. It must be difficult at times, right? Whoa, I've made a right pig's ear of this. I had some plan when I started hacking away at all this stuff, and now it's like, wait a minute, what was I trying to do here? What was my goal there? Oh yeah, I wanted to try a different way of setting up the eyes here, but this is got to change. Need this little space for eyebrows. I've got to think simpler though. Well, I would like it if I could have the nose come out like this, and then down here, and then down here, down here, down here. But without these things interfering, so I can join them together, I guess, or I can get rid of them altogether. But as you can see, it's all rigged up. So let's just make this like this. Make this here for now. Extrude the nose out a bit so we know what we're actually kind of doing. Tough, frustrating, yeah, I bet it was frustrating. And have you actually met, well, I guess you definitely would have met her parents by now, right? You said that they don't get on with you. I just realized we're talking personal stuff on stream. I hope you don't mind. I wasn't thinking about it. One of the really important things I found with eyes is like getting something that can kind of slot in under the eyebrow like that. Even though this is low poly, like the eyes are super important to get okay. Because you're white? You don't mind?
That's good.
You think that's why? They have some kind of prejudice against us white people? Well, I am presumably white. That's more like it. Oh, one thing I should have done, so you shouldn't pay attention to me with this, is rounding things out before actually going in with the detail there. A really bad idea to do it the way I've done it, to be honest. Just end up taking more time. Get your basic shapes down and then work on a detail. Hey game dev boy. Pretty dude. Just doing a chubby fella. How you doing? Gonna do some gameplay mechanics for my game later on in the stream. Working on State Machine right now, so I'm gonna try a few different things with that. How have you been, dude? Okay, now when I want to add detail here, I can just start cutting in from somewhere. I'm gonna get rid of a lot of this stuff, don't worry. But I think an extra line there could be nice. We can pull this forehead down a bit. Kind of wishing I had another loop cut up the top here now. You get, yeah, J-Ski. Don't tell me what to do. Oh wait, where can I post my models for you? Just on the what I'm working on? Yeah, what I'm working on. How to delete them? Well, you could probably do it over here in the outliner. If you go to Where is it? Or is it the outliner? Yeah, Blender file, images. Just delete them out of there. Don't know if that's the best way, but that's a way. Working on last map that I'm going to add my demo, and this week I should finish adding certain items, keys. Awesome. Yeah. Have you been... Do you do like tests? Do you run tests, or are you just doing like testing as you go kind of thing? I don't know how many people use like the TDI, you know, TDD, sorry, test driven development, but I keep being told that it's something I should definitely do. I try and just write my code in a way that it's easy to recognize where bugs are coming from. But I should probably get into writing some unit tests at some point. Oh, this guy's actually been higher poly than I thought he would be. But we can reduce down later.
We can rebuild him.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, they say it can save you time in the future, but I don't know, man. Like, I feel like I'd actually waste more time with how long it takes me to do things, you know? If I was setting up unit tests as well, I think it would just be a bit of a disaster, actually. Just add these for some slight cheekbones. I don't know where his chin starts and his neck stops. That's the problem. I mean, it's kind of the idea because he's a chunky boy, right? But oh, I actually wanted to have more of a cut up nose as well. I don't remember how I did it last time now, actually. But that's gonna look weird. You don't even know what it is? Well, wait. Most important, the hard stuff. I tested. That's cool. Well, yeah, you gotta get the foundation stuff right. Yeah, definitely. All the keys are the same, and just need to add what door each key opens. Yeah. I think things get tricky when you're thinking about like AI, stuff like that, because it's pretty hard to build a solid AI without starting to use like patterns like the state pattern, you know. That's the one programming pattern for me that's been like the most life-changing, is learning the state pattern. is literally the most useful thing ever. His eyes are way too high. It's okay, like, if your project is kind of small, but I can't imagine trying to write an AI without using that kind of thing, you know? Unless you use plugins, I guess. Okay. I really need to reduce down some of this because some of this is so unnecessary at this point. Like, I don't even think this part up here, like this eyebrow shape is good, but maybe it could just connect on here. Bring this cheek around a bit. Have you ever read Game Programming Patterns, Dev Boy? It's an awesome free online book. But it's honestly, like, I think not hard if you use state pattern because it's so much simpler. I did a small set for enemies, all of them pretty much the same. Yeah, and do you use like different classes for states, or do you use like an enum? I always love hearing about people's way of setting up state machines because I'm trying to think of like the best way to do it myself right now. I've tried a few different ways and there's kind of upsides and downsides with many approaches. Hang on. I need to... It's great. Like, some of those patterns in there are already pretty much essential to using Unity because Unity basically is built upon the component pattern. But there's a whole bunch of stuff in there. It's a bit archaic to read some of the code because it's in C++, but it's in such like pseudo-codey way that it's not too bad. Or if you already know C++ and pointers and stuff, it would be kind of easy. Hang on. Okay, so I kind of slowed down a bit here, but I'm just gonna try and get the rest of this done quickly because we don't got all day. Don't like it. I like to have this bend in the eyes so that you can kind of pop it forward to make the eyes look a little bit 3D. Like, because if you do it on a flat texture, it sometimes ends up looking a bit like, well, flat. So it's a shame that I've got this here. So I might just end up looping this over here a bit. But I don't know, it just feels wrong. Like, maybe I can just up to the forehead and add one more kind of triangle, and then that's how we'll get our more forehead shape. Need to bring this around somehow. I don't know how that works in Unity, but each stage can also be an... Well, if you're talking about like the Mechanim state machine, that is, yeah, that's a state machine, but I'm thinking more of a custom made one for game logic, and you can make one and pretty much reuse it everywhere, even for menus, for items, for player controlling. I use a state machine to control my player. No, that's you. Like, I don't want to tell you what to do, but you want to avoid doing too much game logic inside the actual inside of the mechanism is really the problem with the mechanism is that it breaks the kind of rules of state machines, because it can be in more than one state at a time between the transitions of states. That's one reason. But also it's kind of annoying to keep digging in and out of your animations to find those things. Like, don't get me wrong, you can use animation events to send triggers which will then be reacted by in states, but I would really recommend building a kind of custom solution instead of using that. I'm thinking about doing a video on it soon, because I've been basically all about state machines for the last like good couple of months, maybe even more. I find it very interesting, and yeah, like I'm gonna show my implementation, which was borrowed from Jason from Unity3D.college, and I've expanded it out a little bit too to work in my own way. And in that way, yeah, it's like, so in this way you kind of have a class that you call state machine, right? And that class handles the logic in each state. Yeah, I didn't know you could hear that, sorry, one sec. This implementation is really cool. Yeah, this, like, I'm not saying that wouldn't work, Game Dev Boy, but it's like, it's kind of open for bugs because the fact that it can be in more than one state at once, technically. But it's not going to cause you any major problems. But if you build your own custom solution, then it's much more kind of, well, you know, you made it and you know how it works, and it's, I think it's a good thing to do, even if it's just for practice. But the reason I love the state machine is because you can just have, you can make like a new class of a thing called a state machine, right? And then that handles all the, it handles the transitions between states. So you basically, when you create one of these state machines, you inject into it a bunch of transitions, which is the conditions that will make the state change to the next one. And then you do that in like a list of one type of state to another, and then whenever the condition happens, like in my way of doing it, I trigger an event from whatever the relevant object is. Like say in my when I'm moving my character around, I trigger this event that gets listened to by a state controller, which creates the state machine, and then it sends the signal to that current state that it should switch to this next state. And you can be like infinitely complex about how you put your states together and how they transitions to other states. And then inside the actual state, you don't do any of the logic to do with switching states, but you only do what it needs to do in that state. So if it's an enemy, it will follow the player. It will, if it's in a follow state, sorry, it will follow the player then. And then when it's, when the, I don't know, the detector object on it finds an enemy, then it will send an event that says, okay, switch into attack mode now. And then the state machine switches out what's happening there. And yeah, I'm really terrible at explaining these things like live, but when I have a chance to make a video, I'm sure it will make more sense. I'm sorry for that. I'm literally the worst at explaining things on stream. And I got excited thinking about state machines, so now I've taken ages on this. Oh god, look at that face. I know what I did there. Hang on. Let me show you quickly how I implement it in my code. Yeah, so look, these are a bunch of events I have. A state controller, this is the thing that actually changes between objects. This should actually be called player state controller, because that would make more sense, because this is going to be the thing that changes. So we make a state machine, and this is all abstracted away from the actual logic of the state machines, but all we do is we give it a bunch of states. We instantiate the states like idle state, walking back state, and then we add transitions, right? We send these to the state machine, and we just send in these events like is pressing up, is pressing down, and then the state machine then figures out whether it's going to whether it should switch to the next state. And then in whatever things you've got attached to your game object, like I have my input controller here, then I have get forward, which is the W key, and get backwards, which is the S key. And I sign up for these events. So when I press one of these keys, the event is kind of called, and then it sends it into our state machine that says that up is being pressed, and then we can react based on that, and then it will switch to the next state, and the logic for that will play. And inside the actual states, you have things just like on the enter, we set the animation ball, and we say movement.move forward and movement.handle rotation, which is another script which actually moves the player in all of that kind of way. And the reason I put that into a separate movement script is so that in every state we don't have to repeat all of the stuff to move the transform. We just say movement.move forward, etc. Move backwards is the same. And as you can see, it's really clean. And these aren't mono behaviors, these states. But what we do is we pass in a transform when we create these states in our state. Where is it? Where's our state controller? When we actually create them, we pass in the transform of the game object, and that way, in each state, we can get off the game object all of the things we need to interact with, like the movement and the animator, for example. So it's so sick. And the actual state machine is rather long and stupid, but you don't have to worry about that because it's all abstracted away, you know? Your interface for it is just the state controller, setting up the transitions, and everything else is literally bulletproof. But yeah, anyway. I won't bore people with that anymore. I've had a really dry throat today. I don't know why. Okay. Now, I'm going to start removing some of this stuff. Some of the stuff that's more, I guess, unnecessary at this point. I want to try and make this back of the neck flat as well. Not that flat. That's a bit too flat. There's another really good website if you're kind of intermediate programming. I'm not sure what kind of level you're at, but it's called Refactoring Guru. Yeah, like this state machine, the state machine itself, like you can just put that, you can use that anywhere. You could use it for menu, you could use it for AI, you could use it for your character movement, you could use it for a dialogue system, anything like that. State machines are one of the most useful things, one of the most useful patterns there are. And because the only thing that these states rely on is a transform, every game object you use has a transform, so you always have that access to all of the components that you'll need there. And yeah, these also share an interface. I should mention that. So they have this class called state, which they inherit from, and on this state we have onEnter, onExit, and tick. Tick is the update method. We call that from the state machine basically, and onEnter is called when we enter, onExit is called when we exit, and then all of the different states inherit from state, and that way we can call these onEnter, onExit, and tick methods without knowing exactly what kind of a state it is. Okay, now let's triangulate this mofo. Now, can I get away with that? Or is it better to just do this? Probably just better to do that, innit? Yeah. When it comes to efficiency, if you're doing this style, I honestly wouldn't worry about it. I think that should be the last priority. Most PCs can handle a lot of the crap you throw at them if you're working on this kind of game. Like, I know it's nice to be clean. Like, efficient, I mean. When it comes to, like, clean coding, like, I think that's a much bigger, like, priority just for your own sake. But also, again, it's one of those things that has a time and a place, because you can get really obsessive. Like, I started to get, I don't know if you've got like this, but I started to get really OCD about having the cleanest code possible, and like sometimes the dirty thing that works is just the best way to go, you know, to save you time. But yeah, if you're into refactoring and all that stuff, or if you're just getting into it and trying to clean up a bit, like you say, then really give out the website, give the website a go, refactoringguru.com. That'll tell you every type of refactoring you can do. It's got most of the programming patterns on there, and it's free. There's some premium stuff, but you get like everything you actually need for free, so it's great. And it's got some nice kind of artwork to go with it as well, so it makes it easier to understand, because a lot of the time when people probably like me are talking about programming stuff, it's like, what the fuck are they talking about? That's one of my things I really want to improve, because I really want to teach programming properly. Yeah, I'm actually teaching Dutch Viking to code in C# now. I'm doing it for your own good. I think he doesn't need this even here, because he's like, he's got so much like how to say, you know, he doesn't need that extra shape. He's got enough shape, right? Hey Jayski, are you still here? Let's take a look at that, because I'm not like super, but yeah, like I think that's the real, like, there's different stages of being a programmer, right? And I would say that I got into the stage that you're in only a few months ago too. Before that, I was kind of I was at the point where I was like, I don't know, I used to just feel like, oh, I've always coded like this, as long as it works, that's the important thing. I don't need to do it different, like, you know, as long as it works, that's the most important thing. But now I have a kind of you never learned about programming patterns in college, no? I have like a three kind of stage system that I work with. I read in like some very old post called Suffering OOP, or Suffering Object Oriented Programming, and that's where I got the inspiration for it. So it says make it work, so make it work any way, make it right, so refactor it until it's in a really clean, nice way, and then make it fast. So the last stage is to optimize speed if it's necessary. But first, you make it work anyway without thinking about how dirty the code might be. Then you make it right, and then you make it fast. And since I started thinking of things more this way, I gotta admit, it helped my kind of OCD about everything having to be perfect. Because I would spend like, I don't know, like friggin' days just on some small system. Like the classic example I have is the dialogue, the subtitle importing system I made, which was just ridiculous. I mean, it's kind of useful, but it just didn't need to be as I made like a, you know, like a waveform generator for it, so you could see where the subtitles were and assign the subtitles depending on that, and it's just so unnecessary. That's right, I'm taking away that. I think it's not necessary. Fighting with the UV wrapper, it shows some meshes on you that aren't there. I can't. Some meshes on the. What do you mean? It shows some unwrapped stuff that isn't there? Any tips for that? Well, if you're talking about subtitles, then yeah. If you're talking about dialogue, I haven't like fully integrated a dialogue system yet. But, well, what I did for the dialogue creation tool, I made like a scriptable object that you could just paste. You could create a new one, and it would be like called dialogue, and this would hold dialogue between two characters or anything that needs to show up on the screen and show subtitles. And this binds text and also audio into one thing, so the audio and text are kind of, the data is bound together. And then using that, I made a custom editor that lets you match up the dialogue with the subtitles so that it's in sync. And so basically when you go to play any of the audio sound, you don't just send the audio file to play, you send this special scriptable object that contains the audio and the text at the same time, and it also holds the data for how long you know, the dialogue should be spoken for and how long the subtitles should stay on the screen. Maybe that's another video I could do for another time. It's a bit too involved to explain all of it right now. Whoa, look how small his head is. I guess he doesn't need a double chin that extreme. So I unwrapped everything separately, and I got those parts outside of the UV texture itself, but there are still shapes on the canvas. Duplicates of the... Well, if they're overlapping, they will paint on the same parts. You've probably got some UVs overlapping, and make sure that you hang on, I'm gonna do this thing for this jaw again with just a little bit. Make sure, like, if there's stuff there on top of it, then it means that you've not unwrapped it all and there's still stuff left unwrapped probably. Okay, so this guy wanted to be bald. Well, he didn't want to be, but that's how God made him. Send me a screenshot. Well, I mean, you could just do different. You could have, you could set it up. Well, you could do it two ways. You could set it up all in one like go. So you could have a data that binds the subtitles and the text in the same language, or you could do it like twice. Because either way, you're going to have to manually do it, right? Because unless you get some kind of audio detecting speech algorithm for different languages, but it would be better to probably just do two separate files for each, and then switch out which one is active based on language, I guess, based on the selection at the start or whatever it will be. But I don't know, I haven't done localization stuff before. I'm gonna just do my game in English, and then if I need it in a different language, then I'll probably, well, if I have enough money from it, then I'll just hire someone out to do it, I guess. Potato omelette with bacon. So what language are you going to translate to? Yeah, I wanted to not do it manually. That's why I'm... Yeah, if it's like matching the subtitles with the dialogue, at the end of the day, I feel like you're probably going to have to do it manually unless you have some algorithm for like voice detection and stuff like that, depending on how much dialogue in your game. But using the tool that I set up, it could really save you time. Maybe I can show you the video of it so that you can see what I mean. Where is it? Subtitles. Yeah. Kelly, it's me. Right. So as you can see, you can you have a line for each subtitle line in the dialogue, and then you insert the voice clip, and then you can split up it into separate lines and have pauses in between them, for example. And then over here, you can literally scrub through the audio and listen to it, and it makes it easy, especially having the waveform, because you can just drag it really fast until you get the right until it's got the flow it wants. And then it's saved as this custom type called dialogue, which extends from scriptable object, and then you just send that dialogue around into your dialogue machine or whatever it is. Maybe I'd be able to make this as some kind of asset or something at some point. I don't know how useful it would be for people, because I'm not doing it the traditional like JSON way. All of the data in my game is pretty much going to use scriptable objects because I just find it much more intuitive. Right, I'm going to try and unwrap this guy like fast and see what happens. But we need to make sure he's appropriately built. He kind of looks like he's got little legs now, so I'm gonna scrunch up his torso a bit. The game is set in Argentina, so I figure I should offer... Yeah, well, that's probably true. How's it going, please? That seems like it. Yeah, maybe it could be useful for people. I never thought about making it an asset when I made it. I just couldn't think of an easier way of getting it done myself, you know? Maybe I'll just put it on there like super cheap or something. Or if it's not worth that much, then I'll just put it up there for free. Just naming food I don't usually eat, but now eat. Oh. Okay. I like blueberries. Is there a way to like click on a mesh on it and figure out? Yes, there is. Let me show you. So, just go up here and press this little thingy here, which is sync selection, and then you can see exactly which part it is. type of dialogue window, font, etc., then it's a full dialogue. That's true. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't actually like. It's more of a subtitle creation system that can be used by a kind of dialogue system outside it. But I suppose you're right. Probably the more sellable thing would be to integrate it into a dialogue system. But the problem is dialogue systems are kind of very specific to each game, right? The way they interact with the world and stuff. So I don't know how I'd abstract that away when there's other things going on. But I mean, it's worth thinking about, I guess. That's alright. Alright, I'm officially dicking about at this point, so I should probably just start unwrapping this fella. It's difficult. I don't know. To be honest, I usually try and make characters look somewhat, you know, like attractive or whatever, but it's difficult with this guy because he's kind of intentionally supposed to look a bit rough, you know. So it's difficult to I don't know, think about how to make it better or what to do with it, you know. Because I don't want to sculpt him into some handsome like god. Not that I think that's likely gonna happen now. Right, let's apply this modifier anyway. Looks just like you. Yeah, I was thinking about you when I made it. I don't know. There's just more of him to love. I don't know. I can do magic with the brush. Maybe I'll make him beautiful. Oh, but I could make him like really interesting looking. Yeah, thanks, Gaming Chair. Well, he's got some muscular backs of his legs, isn't he? I think that's better. Maybe we can even bring these a bit tighter together now. Chafing. So weird. When I select UV on the mesh in the UV editor, it can also select the vertex on the complete other side of the I don't quite get what you mean there, Dutch. Right. I think he's suitably rotund. Thanks. Retired American football player. His neck seems small, yeah. Welcome, Emilius. I'll be back. I gotta go to the toilet quick. Hey, whoa! What's this fellow supposed to be? The gym teacher? I'm not too sure. It's for a friend, let's say. All I know is the guy needs to be round. That's my objective. Right. Okay. I'm pretty much done with this dude, I think. Although I don't like this ear being so cromulent. I don't like that either. It's alright. I sent you a screenshot. It's like when those tiny vertices do. Oh, don't move things around in that mode, by the way, dudes. That's where they're connected. That's when the vertices are connected. So don't move things around there. Just select what you want and then go back to the other mode. DJ Danny, yeah. Right, I think he's done. Stick a fork in him, he's done. Maybe I'll just thin this slightly out and move it down a little bit. Oof, no. No, you can't do anything with the neck, it's just too perfect, unfortunately. Okay, anyway, let's talk about unwrapping. I'm gonna try and unwrap this fella. When he's unwrapped, he will be unwrapped, and then the unwrapping will be finished. So, look at this, Dutch. So, well, I'll show you when we get there, okay? But first, I'm gonna apply all my modifiers for now. Thanks, Viking. So let's apply all of our models, all of our modifiers, I should say. Apply, try A, apply modifier. Apply. No, actually, we don't want to apply it to these arms here. We want to take it off there, take it off here. Take it off here. These are already separate, so that's all good. Now we're going to select all of these. Control A, apply all transforms. So we get the origin back down here. And Emilius, how you been doing? What you up to, man? Can you just unwrap again, and then it'll be unwrapped again. Object, mirror. Did I duplicate it? Okay, Alt D to duplicate links. Mirror, X global, and there we have it. One particularly rotund monsieur. So, let's go to UV, editing. Gonna select this first one, press A to select all. I'm gonna use a cube projection on this to see how that is. If that's easy enough, then job's a good one. So let's have a look. We might have some overlapping parts. Look, if I select this and it selects different points, it's because that's where they connect on the seam. So you got to turn this off. So press L, get that. Oops. L. Oh, where's that clipping over? Hang on, let me press Y. Get rid of that. Weird. So we have the face here, but as you can see, it's not wanted to do the nose, so we'll have to deal with that in time. So in fact, I'll probably just go ahead and get the front view here and just project this part from view, as is the tradition. Anything that's more on the side, I'll do on the side, but I want a good front view, so I'll project all of this stuff onto the front. Even this stuff down here, I think I'll project onto the front view. Press U, project from view, and that gives us a much cleaner kind of look for the front. Honestly, like, there isn't that much overlap, so I might just do the same for the rest of the sides instead of using the cube projection. Now, if we see that something's attached to that part we've already unwrapped, then we don't want to use it. So sometimes I mark seams around here, but this time I'm just gonna, I want all of this to be on the back of the head, probably. Just gonna go like this. Get that. Don't know, I kind of feel like some of these should be on the side view as well, but I'm gonna resist my urges. And now we can go to the other side and also unwrap that at the same time, because it makes it easier. Just select those same ones we were already selecting. I'm not doing any of the overlapping parts though. So let's project that from view now. And if both sides of his head are going to be the same, we can... well, Smart UV Project doesn't give you as much control about warping. I want to... When I look at the character's front of his face, I want all of these pixels to look the same. I don't want any distortion there. If I look at the side, I want this to look the same. If I look at the top, I want this to look the same. Like it's basically a flat image printed onto it. If I went ahead and unwrapped this with Smart UV Project, it could give me a similar result. But if you look here, we're going to have tons of warping on the nose there. And obviously all of this stuff, like the more you push up the angle limit, the more distortion you're going to get on the pixel. So if I painted on this guy now, the pixel distortion would be crazy. If I turn it down enough, then there'll be no distortion, but none of the pixels will line up. So it's like you're screwed one way or screwed the other. I like this because of the level of control it gives you. And because this is how I've found Resident Evil models to do it. Which is obviously the only reason I should do anything. Okay, now... Oh. Now, did I unwrap you guys with that stuff? No, I didn't. That's okay. I can do the back of the ears here as well. Smart UV check from view, not Smart UV. So, well, we should have kept him all this similar size, but we can kind of eyeball it. And then we've got the top of the head, obviously. Don't know if we're going to need to even unwrap that again. That's pretty good. Did I already do this part? Oh, I guess I did. Going crazy. We can unwrap these, but like they're not going to be seen. Just going to make them tiny anyway. And now these parts that we haven't properly unwrapped. This side part definitely has been. This bit here, I mean. But the rest of this we're going to project from underneath. So let's just choose the underneath view. You project from view. Make sure it's okay. And then the left parts will probably be the tops of the ears that haven't been unwrapped properly, and these parts. Yeah. Yeah, like on some less complicated things, like you can get away with a lot better, a lot more things, I would say. Like if you're doing stuff that's like more square, then the cube projection is really great for that. Where there isn't anything overlapping, just use cube projection. It's probably the best thing you can do, to be honest. Got it. Battle. Learn a lot. Oh, awesome. Yeah, the Refactoring Guru, it's called. Really good website. And it's free. Freedom. Sorry, I'll stop being cringe now. Alright. Actually, in this case, I might want to have different marks and blemishes on the sides of the head, since he's like gonna be, you know, cool guy. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, mate. So what I'm going to do now, I want to make sure that all of these are exactly flipped. So I'm going to take half of these UVs, and copy them onto the other side. Copy them onto the right side here. This is going to flip like 90 degrees so that I can copy that properly. Over here, shrink them down a bit. We can resize them later if we want to. This can go somewhere here. We want to align them all kind of with this middle line. We can shrink them down quite a bit probably. Move this here. Awesome, game dev boy. Thanks for hanging out, dude. And move this here. Move this here. I don't know if it'll do it for stuff off screen, but we'll see. So I'm going to move all of these things like approximately to the side. And before I actually do this, I'm going to make sure that I attach the things up that I want to attach up. So for example, with this side of the head here, let me just mirror that. I kind of want to join things up in some nice way, stitch it together so that there's a little bit less warping. So I'm going to select this edge here and then press, is it V or Control V? Alt V? Yeah, Alt V. And then down here, I'm going to say snap at midpoint so that it's all nice. Use limit, no. Snap islands, no. Yeah, just like that. And now when I flip it over, it should be exactly the same on both sides if all goes well. And this is going to be under the neck, but like we can drag that around later. Now, do I want the head to be also attached at the back here? That's something else we could do. I don't usually do this, but maybe it could work. But maybe it would just be a big mess. So I don't know. Maybe I can try it, and then if it looks bad, then we don't have to keep it that way. So I'm going to select all these edges here and then press Alt V, snap those together and think about if that's going to work out for us. It could work. Let me just select all of this again, move it on the x-axis. This, not that, this, Alt V. That way we'll just have one single seam on the back of the head. If you catch my egg. We'll have one seam just down the back of the head, and that's nicer than any other place it could be, I suppose. Let's just move these somewhere tidy. Now, this is where this mode can come in useful, working out which bit is what, because we might want to attach this to our neck here if we're feeling spicy. Neck. Where are these? Okay. Or not. I'm not sure if we should do that yet. Maybe we can do that later. Anyway, try and make it so all of these things are on the x-axis at the right point, so you can select all of these edges or verts, and then turn off this selection mode. I forgot about that. Select all these verts that should be on the line. Scale X0 or GX0. No. We can put this at 0.5. That should put it exactly in the middle. And then if we go to press all here and make sure all's selected here. Go to image, mirror, copy mirrored UV chords, negative, and mess with the things until we get the result we're looking for. And now, as you can see, everything's been perfectly mirrored onto the other side, which is nice, right? Now, if we've got this seam going around the back of the head, we could also do this seam coming up here, which is a possibility, but we might need to go back one step. So if I get this and go into our link selection mode, figure out which points are linked. See, Dutch Viking? This is useful when you're thinking about stitching things together. And I'll press Alt, rotate 90 degrees. And then I can select this edge and make sure we... Wait, what does this connect to? Okay. So you are Is it supposed to be this way around? No. So let's go ahead and press Alt V. Make sure that we've got everything kind of closer together. Alt V. So we'll get a bit of stretching this way, I suppose, but I think it will be worth it to have the seam like that, maybe. Let's see how it looks anyway. So let's select all and then mirror, copy UV. Yeah. This feels like it will be pretty tidy, I think. Let's select all of this stuff, rotate by 180 degrees, move it up here, lock into the y-axis, scale it down. I want to try and get this under chin attachment attached. Am I looking at it the right way, or is it upside down? Ah, it's upside down. So mirror Y, GY, lock it in there. Let's find the midpoint of all of these, and then select all of these, and Alt V. Ooh, no, nasty. Did I do it the wrong way? Alt V. Yeah, I did it. I must be having it upside down. Let me look. Or maybe I need to mirror it by the x-axis. Would that be right? And then mirror it by the y. Now Alt V. Ah, yeah. Like that.
Yeah, like that.
But let me just do the thing again. Move it up here. Alt V. Okay, where's our triangles? I'm not going to spend this long doing the rest of the body, by the way. Ooh. Okay, so this could come up here. Right, now these will be able to attach here if we want it to. So let's select these again, Alt V, attach that there. These probably want to be a bit smaller, but maybe it'll be alright, we'll see. The ears are just doing their thing respectively. But to save space, I'm probably going to stick these things together. So we'll select this and then mirror it, mirror the X, pop it over here, and then just hope for the best. There we go, and then mirror that and pop it over here. So they're sharing the same space, so they're just going to get identically textured, which is fine for me. Gonna make this slightly in. Let's have a look at how that fits. So considering this is his whole head, I think this would be pretty good if it actually works. But the problem will be getting the stretch. You can actually view how much stretch is on here, by the way, Viking. I don't know if you've done this before, but you can go to, where is it? View, is it? No, it's in UV. UV. UV inspection, no. Oh, I don't remember where that was. It was really useful because you can see literally how much the stretching is. Or maybe it was part of the like magic UV. View. Image. Oh, I'm really baffled now. Where the hell was that? Image. Metadata. EV. Did I dream it? No. There's an option that will show you like how stretched the image is, how stretched the UV is, so you know where you need to adjust it. Well, I guess I'll never know. Where the hell was it? UV menu. I actually wanted to use it, so it sucks that I can't. Oh, display stretch, yeah, here. So here you can see how stretched things have become, and you could work with it to make that less. Maybe this is good to do before you actually mirror. I think the darkest colors is where there's least amount of stretch, and then the really bright colors are where it's very stretched. Yeah, have you seen this before, Gaming Chair? Pretty handy, right? And you can kind of see the stretching is happening where we've stitched things together. For the most part, some of these parts, if they stick out, then those will also introduce a bit of stretching too. But now we can manually try and minimize that if it's that important. When we actually look at the image, it might not be so bad. I saw a guy basically take a UV map, made it a square, so he would flatten all the lines into it. Yeah? So let's make a new texture now. Image, new, texture. Call this chubby guy. Trademark. 256 by 256. Actually, no, we're not going to do it that way. We're going to do it with the layers this time. So let's see about this. Layers. This is an add-on, by the way. New material is going to be, 256 by 256. Background color can be just transparent, and create the layer. What's it saying? Material, I think we need to set it to for that. So let's try and create that again. There we go. So let's have a go on this and see how it is. Yeah, send me a link to that video. Might be handy. Now, it's kind of weird looking now, and that's because even if we set up here to be where is it? No, it's not up here. If we go into our shading, we can see that our layer's been added, but we want to set this to closest, and then it should be all good. So now I can make layers for each body part, or for all sorts of things, and then paint over it. So I can just make a skin layer and then add the hair layer on top, and it'll be a separate image, and then I can just sew them all together at the end. Oh, we probably want to be mirroring this, right? So let's have a look at the stretchiness. So we got a fair amount of stretch going on at the top here. As you can see, this bit doesn't look too good. And I know you can use that weird texture for this, by the way. I just don't want to. But yeah, this is the trouble area. And if we want to see this actually while we're working, we can switch it to layer 1 here. Now we can see the area that we're focused on. So where these temples meet, I guess, is the main problem area. Well, this part up here isn't looking too hot. So we could try and manually move these things until things look a bit more acceptable. Like we want to seam ideally right in the middle there, even if it's adding a bit of stretch, because it just is going to look way better. And then up here, maybe we can raise these. Yeah. Always make sure you lock to the axis because we're playing with fire otherwise. So that will be a little bit better. But this temple on the side is also going to be a big problem. So let's have a look and try and make that a bit better. And ideally, well, this is the whole thing about it, isn't it? It's trying to find the best compromise between things. Ah, that'll be a good one to move, so let's try and move this up a bit. Then let's try and make these a little bit more prominent. Wait, you got the mirror modifier when painting? Yeah, it's not a modifier, it's just a cromulent thing. I don't know how to explain it. It's just a tool, so you can select it in the tool options. This song reminds me of a Doom song. Shall I play some Doom soundtrack? Like the original? Uh-oh. What did we unwrap? Oh, I've got more than one object selected. Which tool is that? Just go to texture paint and then symmetry, mirror, whichever axis you want to mirror. Now the back of the head as well will also be a problem here. Sometimes it's better to just have some obvious seams, to be fair. I could try using the minimize stretch, but I don't know how accurate that is. Yeah.
Oh, stop.
Hey, that doesn't look bad. Minimize stretch. Now how do I... Oh, you can like change how much it's... That's cool. Hey, minimize stretch is awesome. Where did my mouse go? Oh no, Blender crashed. Please no. Please no. Oh! Oh, thank God. I'm gonna save this. Okay. Let's do this minimize stretch again. See, this is... the back of the head's always going to be slightly, I think. But it's better, I think, it's more important for the face to be none. But next time I'll probably just go with a different method, like my original method. Okay, so other than that, oh, apart from these horrible neck bits, that's going to need a bit of TLC. Oh yeah, you've just got this setting turned on. Stroke. Turn it back to space from wait, no, sorry. What's it called? Stabilized stroke. Turn stabilized stroke off. I guess it's just underneath, it won't matter. Let's try texturing his head and then see what happens. I need to get onto some gameplay stuff soon as well, so I should move a little bit on. Let's find a nice tone for a dark color, just for the base of skin. Slightly more, he's definitely got to be more of a pinky kind of guy. Turn the saturation down a little. One thing I heard is that you should make the, like, turn saturation low on your let me just do this. Saturation down on colors that are dark and the ones that are light. I used to think you should just turn the saturation down on the colors that are light. Apparently not. I guess I'll just do this for like a few minutes and then I'll move on to doing some gameplay stuff. So, did you find it, Viking? So, like I said, he's going to be a bit pinkish. More of a pinkish tone than anything else. So, let's get that going. So, think about where the light is going to be hitting him, if the camera is kind of, or if the light is right in front of him. Definitely on the front of his nose. Definitely the top of his eyebrows, his cheekbones, and maybe even to the side of his cheeks because they're kind of chubby, right? And then you'll have a shadow under his neck. And then obviously the top up here will all be very bright, so we need to make sure to color this a lot. That's alright, we all had to go through it, Viking. Just part of the learning, isn't it? So this is just going to be the skin layer, I guess. And then later I can go and make some layer for the balding hair. he's starting to look like a bad guy at this early stage. That's a good sign, probably. I don't know if he's supposed to be a bad guy, to be honest, but he kind of is. Let's just hash out a little ear shape. And I'm going to make sure we turn this into flat mode so we get an accurate look of what it's going to look like without too much stuff on top of it. Make sure when we sample color we press merged sample so that we get the real color that we want and not an estimation based on lighting and stuff. However that works. I'm going to draw some less shadows around the side of the face like that. Okay. So he's starting to take some kind of shape. Let's go a bit brighter. So same process again, going over the areas that I've already been on, but then trying to think about where the highlights would more be. Around these areas with seams, I'll try and not make too much variation in the color so that the seams are less obvious. Really, you should probably plan that thing early on so you know where the seams don't need to have a lot of detail on them, or where the texture doesn't need a lot of detail, I should say. Oh, I started singing the wrong bit. I'm embarrassed now. I don't know my doom. This is one of my favourite Doom songs though, even though I don't remember the bit where it changes. But it changes now, I think. No, not yet. You know this song, right? Or am I thinking of the other one, the ones that's like da, 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 da. No, here it comes. Da, 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 classic. Okay, got some basic shapes going down. I never played much Command and Conquer. I played a few games like that, but when I was into those games, it was like a bit after that was kind of a big deal, you know? So I never really got to play it much, or got around to playing it much. So got another weird connection here, so again I don't want to add too much detail in that area. Let's just try and get some basic shape of the neck going, although he doesn't want too much of a defined neck, as we've already kind of come to terms with. In fact, he shouldn't have too much of a dark kind of transition underneath his skin either, because of the double neck. We want to kind of highlight that, not try and hide it, like one of those guys that wears the very slim neck beard to try and cover the double chin. I always think it makes it look more obvious. It's like I've got a very small chin, so I cover it with a big beard. But I don't know if anyone notices. I just like having a beard, to be fair. But I would say I've got like a strong other parts of my face, but then I've just got a very small chin. My mum once called me Pin Chin. And I was like, Mom. Feeling when your mum bullies you and she's the one that created you. Jeez. I don't know if my dad had a... He looks like a bob. He kind of does. I think it's the baldness. I don't know if my dad has a weak chin. I haven't really thought about it before. God, I do talk shit towards the second half of these streams, don't I? You don't want a shadow above the ear because we just got to think the light is coming in front and on top. He doesn't want a shadow there. In fact, this line can be much lighter. We might actually want to bring like more of a highlight color there, in fact. Just to show the ear a bit in its true light. Eerie goodness. Yeah, Dad, you got a big chin or not? Yeah, exactly. God, you guys need to refresh. I think you got a long delay. Yeah, actually looks like a demon's face. Yeah, it does. Oh, that's another good thing to say, is try not to have like a straight line of anything in the middle when you're doing these models, because it looks like just like that horrible symmetry kind of effect. So try and smooth that out if you can. Alright, it's time for the real colors to start shining. If you're not careful with picking the colors, you can go a bit overboard like I might have done here. Yeah, we did that layer too early. So instead, pick our tone. I'll highlight tone here, and we'll just slightly raise the saturation and push it more towards pink. Slightly lower the saturation, sorry. Is there some quick way to put more space in between different parts? I'm not sure if I know exactly what you mean. Oh, yeah, you could set the... You could, like, pack the islands, right? Probably. You go, like... average island scale. Oh, yeah. Try. It's all about the island. So try and do the pack islands, and then you'll be able to set the size, I think, of the islands. Okay, so getting a bit more of a subtle color. One thing I've been thinking about recently is maybe a good way of doing it is as you get closer to highlights, making the radius of your brush kind of smaller in order to add the detail that way. But I don't know if it's an absolute rule that will work for everything, but it's more like something I feel like could be handy. Sometimes. Maybe he doesn't need such strong cheekbones here. Want to try and get the shapes down when you're actually doing it, rather than keep going over again and redoing things like I'm having to do now, because you lose some of the detail from the layers you've set up before. So try and keep everything kind of cromulent. Okay, I think I'm ready to hit the higher highlights now. Again, on the ears, we can work some of this in. Try and make it so it looks like it connects to the head though. Be helpful. Because ears do connect to the head, as is the traditional song of the Izuki people says. Ears are attached to people's head, oh yes they are. And if you haven't heard of that, those kind of people before, then you know what rock you've been living under. I don't want to know about it. Okay, now we could go in on the temples a bit here if we want. Give him some bad boy temples. But you wouldn't see that much because he's quite a portly fellow, so maybe not. No. Now, I'm gonna add a bit of a lighter color now, if I can just find the right level of saturation. Got to be really careful because just a little bit color difference that's not exactly right, and the whole thing just doesn't look good anymore. Okay, maybe we can have some little fine lines here, but don't want to overdo it because it can look really fake that way. I'm not going to mirror this because these kind of forehead lines are usually not very symmetrical. I want him to look kind of a bit rough, rougher than he already looks. Now these eyes don't need to be this kind of sunken in, that's another thing. It's good for defining the shape at the start, but I don't think it's necessary at this point. We're going to draw some eyes in here. He needs some eyes before I carry on, I think, because I can't quite get the thing I'm going for right now. Wonder if Mort is going to be back today. I think I'm not too happy about the highlight color we've got going on. I think that's my main issue right now. Anyway, I'm gonna start add in some eggs to his face, eyes, and we'll see where we get to. So let's create a new layer for that actually. That will help a lot, I think. So I'm going to call this layer skin. Alright, the noise is annoying me now. Yeah, certainly is. Although I much prefer it to paint in real life stuff. Painting with, inks or paint. Right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass when you've got issues and you don't know why you're having them. But the more you practice, the less of those you'll get, I guess, so that's one thing. I'm not sure about this starting with a really low saturated color. Kind of wish that I'd started with a more brighter color now. Maybe I can change the saturation, but when I change the saturation, I swear sometimes it changes like... Oh no, I guess it doesn't. See, we can actually just go around and change the saturation on the areas that we want it. So I want to add some more saturation to the colors actually. To the shades, sorry. Because I just feel like it makes it feel a bit more alive, I don't know. Maybe not that much though. Just a touch. Maybe it'd be more appropriate to apply it to the whole image. Ooh, actually this skin tone is kind of cool. Maybe I should go the other way. Make him like a really sickly looking chubby guy. Trying to figure out how to make him look a bit more like bulgy, you know, in the face, because I'm quite used to just making the character kind of defined in the face quite well, like, you know, like a model or whatever. But trying to do it in more of a like plump face is kind of tricky. He's got that bald guy back head thing going on. You know the thing I mean. Let me drag this out a bit as well. Ooh, I've just seen some nasty shapes there as well. I should fix those. Oh, that's a bit better. It's a bit of a blockhead, but aren't we all? Right. Anyway, this other layer I wanted to create. So let's create a new one and call it eyes. And we can just, oops, paint on top of that. Start out with a really white color and we can reduce it down as much as we need to. Now, what else have we got here? I'm going to put the Metal Gear Solid 2 soundtrack on. We need to make sure that this isn't blurry either by changing this to make sure it's also on closest. And I won't use pure white for the actual guy, by the way, but I'm just trying to get some kind of something going. How do I switch this? Oh, I can just do it here. Erase alpha. Really? Oh. Wonder if there's a way of switching between erase alpha and the other way automatically. That would be cool. Because I don't want to add a bunch of skin color here, right? I just want to, because I'm working on this separate layer now. Yeah, it's friggin' awesome. One of my favorite soundtracks, definitely. Yeah, I wonder if there's some shortcuts to these alpha settings. Like to switch on the alpha, I mean. Maybe I can set something up. Key map. Image. What are we on now? Texture paint. How many? You are also working on some. Well, if they're working on it, they probably won't be reading the chat, right? Maybe. Image paint global. Right. Let's add. Wait. So how do we actually? Yeah, I agree. Erase alpha. Danny has the ASMR voice, do I? Hey. Metal Gear. How do I assign application? I'm trying to see what these things actually do. Oops. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh dear. Oh dear. I thought there could be a way of setting that, but I don't really want to get into coding for something like that. It seems like a waste of time. Context set. So I could just select things in the context. Oh no, that's just if we have a context menu open, ignore me. Anyway. So, give him some big dark bags under his eyes. I'm going to include this in the eyes because these could overlap at some point. But turn the strength down a good deal. Is weird because it's on a different layer. It's not sampling the color properly or something. Let me have a look. Is it? No, look, see? Maybe I shouldn't sample merged in this case. No. Wondering how you do different faces, but potential animation if the texture's fixed. Well, you could unwrap the texture like separately, the head I mean separately, do it that way. Oh, I guess we should do add probably, right? Or am I wrong? Yeah, you could unwrap the head separately and then swap the material on that head when you wanted to do different things, or just swap the head model itself. Maybe I should just do that on the skin texture. Might work out better. Any dude?
I'm here.
I haven't ever done Duke Nukem's voice.
I'm here to kick at you bubblegum. And I'm all out of gum.
Wait. No, that was my first attempt, but I'll get better. Wait, let me have a look.
I'll rip your head off and shit down your neck.
Like, I want to learn to do Duke's voice. I don't know if I can go deep enough. I can't do like LGR. That guy's really good. Yeah.
Damn. Those alien bastards are gonna...
I can't do it.
Those alien... Damn. Those alien bastards are gonna pay for shooting up my ride. Up my ride.
I can't do it.
Groovy. That's one doomed space marine.
I'm getting better, but it's not perfect. Why is it mixing all this freaking grey in here? I don't get it. Oh, hey, Brick Boy, welcome. I'm glad you find it interesting. Something is weird in the land of eggs and pickles.
Much better.
I think I'm trying to overdo it.
Much better. Much better.
I don't know. So you working on a game too, Brick Boy? Why is this? I feel like there's something weird going on because it's copying like the saturation. So weird. Oh, maybe if I sample from over here, it'll be better. Might have to do that. Give me someone else to try it. Gimli.
And my axe!
I don't know.
You have my sword.
And my bow.
And my axe!
I don't know, man.
I'm hating the break of them.
Mr. Frodo. Oh god, is it that time in the stream? Silly voice time. Mr. Frodo, just let me touch your willy once. I can't do Irish accents very well. Skull Monkey? No, but I had a friend who told me that I need to play it. So it's definitely on my list. Yeah, this is Metal Gear Solid 2. Yeah, the unfortunate thing with this layers is it messes up something about saturation for some reason.
Titus. Thanks, Titus, precious.
I used to be able to do such a good Gollum.
Stupid fat hobbit face.
You know, boil 'em, mash 'em. You know, boil 'em, mash 'em, shove 'em up in it. You know, boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a condom, shove 'em up your arse. Yeah, I love Metal Gear Solid 2. Mouth. Yeah, I don't know. I prefer boil them, mash them, stick them in a condom, shove them up your ass, personally. Ooh, he's looking pretty sinister. He's got sinister lips. It's too late to do that one. You gotta really shout it. Give me some different characters to try. If I know that my voice can't do it though, I'll just say no, because it's like, for example, I could never do like Bart Simpson. I don't have a voice high enough. His cheeks are so wide you can't even see his ears. I think that's normal. I want this guy to look quite sinister in a way. I just said I can't do Bart because his voice is so high. And you tell me to do Mickey Mouse. had it with this Mickey Mouse bullshit.
Oh,
No, I can't even get close to that. I can't do it. Just gonna people watching this back and be like, "What the fuck is happening in this stream?" Live stream of someone's meltdown. Their fall from grace into pit of Sarlacc. I used to be able to do a pretty good Zap Brannigan if you watch Futurama. Zap! I can't do it, it's too funny. Zap Brannigan. Zap Brannigan. Leela. 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 I find the most erotic part of a woman is the boobies. Dr. Zoidberg. That's one I used to practice a lot when I was a kid, but I don't know if I can do it so well anymore. You still have Zoidberg. Yeah, he's got to look a bit more angry, hasn't he? Oh, maybe we can do this on skin layer though. Zoidberg. God, I should move on to some gameplay stuff, otherwise I'm not going to do it tonight, am I? What's wrong with a green t-shirt? It depends. Like a lot of the time I've done it just painting it on, but you can model it as well. It might come across a bit better if you do it that way sometimes. But it would be like basically a flat only one vertex wide, you know, like a sheet surrounding him. Well, the reason it is supposed to be like that is so that you can bend the character without it looking, well, because you need that joint there. That's why it has to be separated there for animation. So if you added something that overlaps it, then you're going to have to add bones to that to make sure that you can animate that as well. I don't even know if I'm going to use these layers next time. In a way, it seems like more work than it's worth. My old flow felt like it was faster in ways. Messing around with, I'm constantly seeking the colors on this side just feels really annoying. Well, it's not something, you know, it might be worth doing. It might end up looking good if you do it that way. It's just a bit of extra work. Right. I think he needs some kind of facial hair because he looks kind of egg-like right now. How long have we got? Maybe I'll add a beard layer. Which can be above everything else. Let's import let's append our file with that thing we used to get different brushes. Brush. I feel like he could use with having something. Well, I'm actually going to bring these cheeks in a bit. I always end up messing with my models after I've made them, but yeah, got to be done, I think, in this case. Well, he looks kind of threatening, right? So let's change our brush to be set this to my favorite, which is called noise. Got a bit of noise here. Make sure that this layer also is set to closest. Yeah. Like, I want to add a bit, and I might just add a bit for some like scarring kind of look on his face to make him look a bit just sinister in general. Have a bit of wear and tear. But for that, I should probably turn off symmetry. I want him to have one of those really like patchy kind of stubbly things, you know. Let's have some blemishes and that kind of thing. A little scratch here and there. Maybe I'll make the beard slightly more bright or dark compared to the scars so that it looks a bit more, you know, separated from that. Should just do that bit symmetrized, I think. I like this like scar. It looks like he's got a bit of a scar going on here now, which adds a bit of interest to it. just looks a bit beaten up in his head, like he's had a few encounters, you know. Needs eyebrows. Does this need another layer? I don't know. Not that aggressive, that's a bit too bright. Those eyebrows were way too intense. I think his like eyebrows need to come closer together up here. Why do they keep coming out like weird friggin' things? Let me try selecting something different. I think his eyebrows need to be a bit lower. It's like the model that's not letting me do what I want to do. guess that'll be alright for now. But also, I kind of want to move these eyes back here a bit. I always end up doing this. I should probably just learn by this point. His eyes look a bit cartoony as well. Need to make them more like this. I actually prefer that. He's got kind of beady eyes now. Yeah, but I think it's like, don't know, a character like this can't have like giant nice eyes, you know. He's got a big head, so his eyes should be proportionally smaller, and even this small, I think it could add something to how creepy he looks. Yeah, but he looks like someone you would be a bit freaked out to meet, right? But I think it's the case that probably gonna have to sleep on it and see how I feel about him tomorrow, because he needs definite improvement. But I'm gonna squash all these layers down already, because they're just, I don't like working like this. Wait, I can't merge them? Chubby eyebrows. Rounds. Oh, no valid selected object. Oh, okay. There we go. So that's our texture actually unwrapped now. Let me just make sure he's on there properly. Add a new image texture. Oh, where is he gone? Merged layers. Yeah, make sure that's on closest. Well, yeah, to be fair, I'm pretty happy with it. Although that shading's bugging out. Snake! No. Yeah, I'll have to see how the rest of the body will come along. But I'm getting that thing where you like look at a picture for too long and you're like, oh, I don't know. Well, obviously something's not right there because it shouldn't be doing that. Flat shaded. Let's clear all of these sharps because these sharps shouldn't be here anyway. Cheers, man. Let me try flipping les normals. Very, very strange. Doesn't look right. No, I'd hate for that to look like that in game. To be fair, I don't think I've got it in me to do anymore. I was actually gonna stream till 2 and do both of these things. So now it's like I'm pretty tired. I guess I'll just change the title and the thumbnail so that people don't feel ripped off if anyone looks at it. So flat shaded. Okay, now let's smooth shade it. Now, is there something weird going on here? Is it because of the tries? Is it because of this? Oh, maybe it's just extending too far out for it to like it. You can make his skin. Yeah. Well, this isn't for my game anyway. It's just a little thing. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna sod off and get to bed. I'll see you later, man. And see you later, whoever else might be here. Night. Bye bye.